Thank you. Committee, these will all be going to subcommittee, so reserve your more detailed questions. You should have been studying the pension system since last week. This will be a refresher. Representative Pratt.
Good morning. Hello, committee. I'm here to report out, to introduce House Bill 1587, FNA. I'm Representative Kevin Pratt from Raymond. I'm a retired fire chief and firefighter of 42 years and past senior fire brigade leader of Seabrook Nuclear Power Plant. I'm here today to introduce House Bill 1587. This bill is in regards to determining the average final compensation for the New Hampshire Group 2 retirement system for police and fire. Currently, the average final compensation, we'll call AFC, is used as part of the calculation to determine the annual pension members of the retirement system receive. For those who retired, for those who were hired on or after July 1st, 2011, or have not attended vested status prior to January 1st, 2012, the AFC is calculated by determining the average of your highest 5 years base salary and adding your career average compensation over the base, excluding your highest 5 years. What this legislation is attempting to do is adjust the AFC calculation for Group 2 to consider compensation over base in the member's highest 5 years when averaging the member's entire career of compensation over base. A member's compensation over base is their highest 5 years. In their highest 5 years will still be compared to their compensation over their entire career. But this legislation would ensure that their entire career would be considered as part of that calculation, because now 5 years isn't. This bill is all about fairness, and this bill is very timely. When the last big changes to Group 2 average final compensation was completed, it excluded the highest 5 years for calculating the AFC. For people under 10 years at that time, this subset of Group 2 people are reaching their retirement age at this time, so it's really timely to take care of this at this time. And I'll stop my discussion there because there's a lot of people here that are a little bit better versed on this than I am and on the financial end of it, so they are waiting to speak.
Thank you, Representative Pratt. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Very good, thank you.
And I'd call Marty Carlin from the retirement system.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Marty Carlin, representing the New Hampshire Retirement System. NHRS doesn't have a position on the bill, testifying for informational purposes. Oh,
You practically have to eat the microphone, just so everybody knows that.
okay. Is this better? Okay, thanks. So I'll, again, for the record, Marty Carlin, representing NHRS, who does not have a position on the bill. I signed up to testify to provide some background on the average final compensation calculation to help understand what this change is about. I prepared a handout which the committee has, and there were some copies on the table for the gallery as well. Basically, the pension calculation is based on years of service and average final compensation, and to determine average final compensation, there's something called earnable compensation in the statute, and that lists a number of pay types that count towards the pension formula for people. Base pay, obviously, things like overtime, holiday pay, stipends, longevity pay, things like that. So up until 2012, all of that compensation, as long as it was considered pensionable wages, earnable comp, it was reported to the retirement system in total, and contributions were assessed for the member and the employer that way. With House Bill 2 in 2011, beginning on January 1st of 2012, employers were required to report base pay, compensation over base pay separately. So that's the universe of time where this has been in effect, so the last 10 years. And what the statute did at the same time when it created this reporting was said that for anybody who was not vested prior to 1/1 of 12, and that included future hires, when we go to calculate their average final compensation, their high 5 years, in their career, we have to find the high 5 and then determine the percentage of compensation over base to base pay in the high 5. And so you've got that percentage number, you put it over here, and then we have to look at the other years in their career for which we have data on compensation over base and find the average in those years outside the high 5. And then the statute says we have to apply the lower of those two percentages to what we allow in the high 5 for compensation over base. So clear as mud, totally understand that. There is on the handout, there's a sample calculation, just hypothetical. This is if someone had an average final compensation of $60,000 in their high 5 and $50,000 of that was base pay, so the remainder would have been compensation over base. $10,000 into $50,000 is 20% of the total AFC was comp over base. And then if the next, right at the bottom of the first page, if the rest of the career percentage was also 20% or greater, it would not change the AFC for the high 5, because the percentage within the high 5 is lower. If it was less than that, we'd have to apply that percentage to that $10,000 of compensation over base in the high 5, and that could reduce the pension proportionally, the AFC that goes into the pension formula. What this bill would do is change that calculation, as Representative Pratt said, to take the percentage within the high 5 and the percentage within the entire member's career, including the high 5. So, this provision was part of an omnibus bill that made significant changes on multiple levels to the pension plan. There was a lot of moving parts with the legislation that year. This was added, I think, as a Senate amendment, this position, and it was billed as an anti-spiking piece, where that if somebody only worked earned additional pay in their high 5, there'd be a consequence in the AFC calculation to that. And there wasn't, to my notes or knowledge, recollection, much discussion of this issue with the entirety versus that. There's been conversation since then about that, and this legislation, I think, is spurred by that. Right now, we have about 5,900 active Group 2 members who fall into this formula, and anybody who joins the system in Group 2 subsequently is also going to be affected. With that, I can try to answer any questions about the calculations. I hope that was helpful background.
Thank you, Mr. Carlin. I have a question. You say that the data for compensation over base is only available for 10 years?
Yes.
So that, and presumably one's highest 5 years would be in the last 10 years of your career?
Typically, but not always, yeah.
Okay, so you're talking about 5 years on one hand, and the rest of the career is also 5 years in the most case?
Yeah, for anybody who, there are many people in the system who, it's a very small sample size for both right now, yes.
Are there other questions, Representative Pearson?
Just for clarity on what you asked, the reason that you only have 10 years worth of data is because prior to 10 years ago, it was not separated. You're going to continue to carry that data forward beyond 10 years.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
The employers only reported one line of compensation.
So it's not like the system just keeps 10 years worth of data.
No.
It's just that they started collecting it 10 years ago.
Excuse me, I phrased it badly. I agree with you. Any other questions?
Well, wasn't even my question. That was just to get some clarification for you. My actual question is, during those highest 5 years, that are calculated, does the employee pay in to the system based on the earnings that they acquired during that period of time?
Yeah, the employee pays in real time, every pay period, a percentage of their earnable compensation, as does the employer, yeah.
Follow up. Is the employee refunded that money when those 5 years are taken away from the calculation? Are they refunded for the portion to which they put in?
No.
And I have one more, Madam Chair. Thank you. When this law was enacted in 2011, or when this change was made in 2011, did this, just for one more point of clarification for the committee, did this retroactively apply to active employees?
It applied to anyone who was not vested prior to 1/1 of 12. So there was 9.9 years and 11 months of people who were in the system that it did apply to. Yes.
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 Thank you.
Other questions from the committee? All right. Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Carlin.
Thank you.
And I call Art Beaudry.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Members of the committee, for the record, my name is Arthur Beaudry. I am the president of the New Hampshire State Permanent Firefighters Retirement Association, and I'm here in favor of House Bill 1587 FNA as presented. Mr. Collins did a great job as far as giving you the background of how this happened. But when you look at it, the current legislation really is, excuse me, pretty hard with the mask. Current legislation really contradicts itself. How can you have an average of somebody's career when you're removing a portion of that average? So when this took place, the members really lost a lot of things. If you get promoted, or you have you get a career change as far as in your employment, that affects all your salary also. So. And a lot of times, I know in police and fire, you might get promoted in your last 5 years, and that should be included in the calculations. And when they take a portion of that away from you, I had some data, and I'm trying to find it before I got called in, but I will present it, that you can get a firefighter prior to 2012 work the exact same amount of hours as somebody that worked after 2012 and make more money, a lot more money than that individual, even though they both contributed the exact same amount of money into the system. So again, it's a equity and fairness issue, and this bill has been brought before you on more than one occasion, and it seems like it was stopped in finance. But the savings, when they have a fiscal note on this, the only savings that the system is saving is on the backs of the person retiring, the member, because that member should be actually getting that portion of their salary that they're being neglected to get because of this change. So again, if you're going to go with an average of a person's career, it should be an average of all their years of service. And I will take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Beaudry. Are there Representative Lackas?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I understood you correctly, you were saying that, if they got a raise near the end, that because it was in that last 5 years, it would not contribute to their retirement benefits. But as I read this, the limitation, which deals with, what period things are averaged over, applies to compensation above the base pay. I assume if somebody gets a raise, or a promotion, they get a raise, and it's my understanding, unless I'm confused, that that increase in base pay would contribute to the retirement. Is that not correct? Or?
It does, but when you get promoted, your extra details, if you have your mustering out pay, that's all part of that salary of your promotion. So.
Okay, thank you.
You'll be available for the subcommittee, Mr. Beaudry?
I hope so. I hope I don't get sick again, but yes, I will
Your
hopefully be
your
there.
intention is to participate if you can.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you.
Representative Pierce.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Beaudry, for coming here. You are an extraordinary wealth of historical knowledge, and that to which is the question I ask. I wasn't in the legislature when this repair, this fix was presented in years past. And so I'm not overly familiar, but my understanding is that when this was calculated years ago, the fiscal note was substantially different than it is now. Do you happen to know what the fiscal note was on this in years past?
I don't. I know the number was somewhat high, but again, it's because of, and I don't know why it is so high, because really it's money that should be paid to the employee. They worked it, as you stated, the question that you had brought forward, you paid into the system on this money. So again, it's like taxation without representation. You're paying into something, but you're not getting the benefit of it.
Thank you, Mr. Beaudry. Other questions? Seeing none,
Thank you.
I call Brianrill.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name for the record is Brianrill, and I serve as the president of the Professional Firefighters of New Hampshire, and I'm also a captain for the City of Portsmouth Fire Department. As the preeminent firefighter organization in New Hampshire, we advocate for the brave men and women that protect the citizens of this great state. I am testifying today in support of House Bill 1587 relative to determination of the average final compensation under the retirement system. Today, I speak to you not only as the proud leader of some of the bravest men and women in our state, but also as someone who has a profound concern over the future of public safety in New Hampshire. A noble calling that was once highly desirable is now suffering from an epidemic like none it's ever seen. In the mid to late 2000s, New Hampshire's firefighter state entrance exam, otherwise known as the Candidate Physical Agility Test, was seeing well over 500 candidates annually, many of whom touted a brand new fire science degree or a paramedic certificate, making them highly marketable to the average fire department. In spite of this, most struggled to find a job in what was once a highly competitive market. Now, the very same test yields approximately 60% fewer candidates, leaving many fire departments unable to hire enough qualified applicants to fill their open positions. Last April, the number of candidates reached an all-time low, with a mere 39 candidates taking the quarterly test. You may be left asking yourself, what has changed? A poll of our members shows that the erosion of their retirement benefit is atop the list of reasons that they have left their careers in public service or are considering doing so. In 2011, the legislature voted to make monumental changes to the New Hampshire retirement system in an attempt to correct years of underfunding. These changes negatively impacted the retirement security of public employees in New Hampshire, drastically changing the lives of hundreds of firefighters. Since that time, recruitment numbers have consistently trended downward, and fire chiefs are finding it extremely difficult to retain qualified firefighters that once saw their pensions cut in half. We rely on our firefighters to show up during the worst moments of our lives. They were there to combat the opioid crisis. They remain on the front lines protecting our communities in the midst of a global pandemic. And they continue to respond to catastrophic events when the result is often a diagnosis of cancer, post-traumatic stress disorder, or cardiovascular disease. Those who continue to answer the call do so with honor and grace. They are aware of the many inherent risks of this profession, but facing the risk of being unable to retire on a livable wage is one that many are no longer willing to take. Firefighters are now beginning to weigh the benefits of doing a job they love versus the cost of doing so. It is clear that the changes to the retirement system 10 years ago caused a ripple effect through New Hampshire's fire service, creating a systemic problem that can only be fixed with a systemic solution. Adjusting the average final compensation calculation does not provide an enticing new benefit, but it simply restores a small piece of what was taken from our first responders and takes a step towards providing this solution. Currently, firefighters pay 11.8% to the retirement system on every single dollar that they earn in order to fund their own benefit. Yet current law prevents their highest 5 years of compensation over base from being included in their pension calculation altogether. This means that firefighters called on to fill the void in New Hampshire are working longer hours, spending more time away from their families, and exposing themselves to additional risks to protect the citizens of this state. And as a thanks for their service, they're told that that work may actually be excluded from their retirement calculation. By making this small change, a member's benefit will be a more honest representation of their careers. Firefighters affected by the sweeping changes to the retirement system in 2011 are now becoming retirement eligible and realizing that they cannot afford to retire at all. This has created a narrative in New Hampshire that is uninviting and unsustainable. It is time to show your firefighters that as much as you rely on them, they can rely on you, and they're listening now more than ever. Please join the 800 citizens of this great state that have signed on in support of this bill and show firefighters that you're listening too. I implore the members of this committee to do what is right for New Hampshire's fire service and support HB 1587. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll entertain any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Rill. Are there questions? Representative O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You say that currently, right now, Group 2 employees pay 11 point something %, but didn't it used to be 9 3/4% at one particular time? And that rise now is taken away also too. That was done one, changed about whatever. And did it affect the spendable income?
It was in 11.
It was
As part,
2001.
as part of the changes in the complete overhaul of the retirement system.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
And sir, for the record too, firefighters' 11.8% contribution is the highest of the public employees in New Hampshire.
Thank you. Other questions? Seeing none, I call David Burris.
Morning. I'm here representing Chapter 24 of the SCA as the chapter president. I've worked for the New Hampshire Department of Corrections for the past 17 years. My first 14 years as an officer and the last 3 as a case manager. I was already working for the state for approximately 7 years when the retirement was changed. It went from being based on our 3 best years along with a few other benefits, and they changed it to our best 5 years, as we were told, minus some benefits. Based on calculations, because the retirement is not actually based on our 5 years, I personally stand to lose approximately $1,300 a month when I retire in 5 years. The truth is that we were lied to. We weren't provided all the information. We can still go online, we can still find information that was provided to us 10 years ago that said 5 best years. Now that some of us are starting to look at retirement, we've learned that we were deceived. Throughout my career, the state has tried to balance the budget on our backs. We are citizens of New Hampshire and we don't deserve being deceived. And as state employees, we deserve better. The people in this room keep this state running smoothly and safely. The state already suffers from understaffing. It's time to start making smarter decisions to keep employees and to attract new employees. I believe this bill will benefit the state and its employees. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Jed Carpenter.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Jed Carpenter, and I'm here to encourage you to vote in favor of House Bill 1587. I'm going to share a little personal story with you. I'm a 41-year-old. I live in Exeter. New Hampshire with my wife and 3 daughters. I'm currently serving in my 15th year as a professional firefighter in the town of Hampton. I'm a first-generation firefighter. In fact, I hadn't given much thought to becoming a firefighter until September 11th, 2001. On that day, I was a 21-year-old Marine stationed in Okinawa, Japan. I witnessed the bravery displayed by many Americans that day, and it made me realize that there are men and women dedicated to a higher calling in every community in America, and soon we would be needing more of them. When my time was up in the Marines, I made the trip home to start my training to become a firefighter. While I was doing that, I worked in private business for several years while I took my fire and medical classes on nights and weekends. I declined an offer for a management position with my company with a nice salary and benefit package to pursue my goal of serving the public as a firefighter. When I began interviewing to become a full-time firefighter, I found it to be an extremely competitive process. There were limited vacancies, and when a position opened, it would be extremely competitive. It was common to see dozens of candidates applying for one position. Now you see the same positions being posted repeatedly, and maybe even a hiring bonus attached to it in an attempt to attract qualified candidates. My story is not unique. Many of my fellow firefighters had other career opportunities where they would make more money in the private sector, and they too declined those opportunities in pursuit of a career in public safety. Coming into this profession, you are aware that firefighting is an unyielding and onerous yet gratifying career path. You are aware of the obvious dangers that await you, but it is unlikely that you would be aware of the grim statistics associated with your career. We respond to help people on their worst days, frequently exposing ourselves to carnage the human mind struggles to process, and that's validated through the increased rate of PTSD amongst firefighters. Our members put themselves in hazardous environments to protect the public we serve. Unfortunately, this too can be validated through the increased rate of cancer among firefighters. With the increased awareness regarding the health and safety concerns associated with our profession, accompanied with the added cost pushed down onto employees by the legislature in 2011, and the reduction in the benefit at the end of your career, you have to wonder, who are we going to be able to attract to do these careers in public safety? If we don't value these positions, we should be careful of our expectation out of these positions in the future. A vote in favor of House Bill 1587 is an ethical decision to allow a return on the 11.8% of their hard-earned wages they paid towards their retirement. Thank you for your time. Any questions?
Thank you for your testimony. I don't see any questions. Yes, Representative Schmidt, will you be able to support the subcommittee?
Well, that wasn't going to be my question in this instance. If they haven't heard it the first 30 times, they're not going to hear it. You are obviously reading from a prepared statement, and I encourage you and the others who are having prepared statements to present to us, to either send us or provide a copy so that we can see this. Your eloquent words and story are moving, and as a former Marine who served on Okinawa myself, congratulations and Semper Fi.
Thank you, sir. Semper Fi.
Are there any technical questions? No? Thank you. The case I call Saitel Regassa.
And I apologize for my broken English. It's my sixth language. So, good morning, David. My name is Saifu Regassa. I represent the New Hampshire Chief Probation Parole Officers. I'm the president for the command staff. When back in 2011, they established a new law that require members to contribute at 11.5. I was about 9 years and 8 months to the state service. So this bill affects me personally and many others in many different levels. And until this day, it continues to affect us. In a way, it creates a parity issue where employees that basically went to the same academy with me because they were hired 3 months prior to me. They contribute the same money, they serve the same agency, they went to the same academy, but those employees they can pay what is required by the state to pay, but they are able to have their highest 3 years included, not 5 years, 3 years, whereas myself and many others are told that now we're changing the system and you will be affected retroactively. Even though you are 9 years and 10 months, we understand that we won't be honoring what we honor for other employees. Therefore, we have a new paying system for you where you will pay high, we'll collect that money, but that money won't go towards to your retirement or in determining the highest 5 years. I don't understand how the state even can do away with that. Probably it was from the advertisement that was in the state retirement website, and you guys can view it. Until this day, it says your five highest year compensation. Yeah. Sure. Do you want me to bring this to you so you can see it? Please do. Yes. All right. This is from state of New Hampshire website. The highest year compensation still it says the same. But that's not necessarily true. So many of us, the first affected group, learned about this in 2020. So when they changed it, not only they changed it, but then they started spreading baseless information where you can keep still your 5 highest year. For most people, including myself, highest year, highest 5 years, highest 3 years really wasn't that much. So we were okay to live with it. But unfortunately, when we learn what it means and how it is interpreted, as you can see, a house room full of public servants, and many of them who couldn't be here. And this is going to be a season where we all will come up and ask lawmakers and what exactly happened to those of us who were told, hired under certain condition. Not only you increase our compensation payment, now you're changing the years, how many years we will contribute. Now, the money that we are contributing, you can legally take them, but then it won't be calculated. It's a hard pill to swallow. So I'm here in support of the bill. I support those who have the initiative to write this bill and bring it. And if anything, I mean, it won't fix most of the problem we have, but it is a start to give back to responders. And as you all know, the people who are affected by this bill are law enforcement officers and firefighters who are first responders who helped us through all the emergencies we have, including COVID. So I would ask for your support, and I'll take any question.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Yep. Thank you.
Frank Swerko?
Good morning. My name is Frank Swerko. I'm a parole and probation officer for the state. I currently work out of the Manchester District Office. I'd like to note that the Manchester District Office consists of 13 probation parole officers who supervise caseloads of approximately anywhere from 100 to 150 convicted drug users, dealers, rapists, murderers, and gangbangers. Our entire caseload is convicted offenders. You can imagine the toll that can take when your entire career is based on dealing with these type of individuals. I am also a member of the executive board of the NHPA, and I'm president of the New Hampshire Probation and Parole Officers Association. I've worked for the Department of Corrections for 15 years now, and I've grown up with family who worked in law enforcement, and I know for a fact that people have come from all over the country to come work as a first responder in law enforcement in this state. And it's largely based because of the benefits at the time and the good retirement system that we had here. I don't think you see that anymore. I think that the instability of the retirement system is concerning to people, and I think it is a driving force behind the recruitment and retention issues. I think that New Hampshire has been fortunate in that there have been no big incidents that have made national headlines. And I think it's largely because of the quality of people that New Hampshire has attracted over the years. As with anything else, I think you get what you pay for in life. That being said, when this change came to fruition in 2012, I was not very educated. I was still young. I didn't understand the ramifications of it all. But in recent years, I have done my best to try to educate myself and understand the system and the flaws and the reasons for the proposed changes back in 2012. And when I sit and think about them, I can almost understand them, almost. But then I think one thing that I often think as president when I deal with issues, that is, what's right is right. In my time as president, I've dealt with a number of issues, and when considering them, I just try to decide if this fight or this position is principally right, and if it's reasonable to everybody involved. In this fight, this issue, this bill is reasonable, it's right. We support, on behalf of the Probation and Parole Officers Association, I support this bill, not because it fixes what was taken from us in 2012, but because it's a step in the right direction to remedy to assist the hardworking first responders who have upheld their part of the bargain since day one. Thank you. I'll take any questions if anybody has any.
Thank you for your testimony. Representative Schuett?
Thank you, Madam
Sir.
Chair. Mr. Starko?
There is a question.
Yes, sorry about that.
Good morning. I believe you said you work with 8 other officers, was
Well,
that?
there are a total of 13 in Manchester specifically.
Okay,
that-
and is that a full complement, or should there be more technically?
There should definitely be more. It's an ongoing issue that we attempt to address within the department and state.
And I assume that there have been efforts to hire more.
Yes.
What kind of response have you gotten?
We've a slow one, but there is increasing attempts, and we've gotten a couple of officers here and there over the last few years. Nowhere near enough, but we do what we can. We do the best we can, and we enjoy it, and we take pride in our work, and we'll continue to work hard. Thank you.
Thank you for answering our questions. Michael Giha?
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chairman and committee members.
Please move closer to the mic.
My name is Michael Gia. I'm the president of the New Hampshire Police Association, and I'm here today to convey our support to House Bill 1587. You have heard from others who testified before me as to what this bill does. I want to take just a few minutes to explain to you why this bill is so important to law enforcement throughout our state. First, let me say that 10 years ago, when numerous changes were made to the state's retirement program, it was impossible to anticipate the circumstances that would develop like we have today. But some of these changes laid the foundation for hiring and retention problems by altering provisions and benefits that had been agreed to when some members were hired. Fast forward to 2022. The state of New Hampshire and just about every city and town are facing serious employment challenges in the public safety area, especially law enforcement. Our state police have dozens of unfilled positions, and local communities are finding the applicant pool to be extremely tight. With that, cities and towns are competing against each other for not only the limited number of new hires, but in retaining existing personnel. Competition from other states, the private sector, and in some cases, outright burnout, are adding to this very concerning public safety problem. I want you to know that there is a very concerning out-of-the-ordinary trend developing. The number of employees who are leaving before they reach their 20 or 25 years is very real. That is something none of us could have contemplated just a few years ago. The one tool that can help address this problem is strengthening the retirement benefits so there is incentive to stay for the full term. We believe HB 1587 is the kind of tool that will help in retaining those individuals who might be thinking about leaving early. And quite frankly, the economics make sense. Local communities spend an average about $50,000 or more to train, certify, and equip each new police officer. Each time one leaves, the new hire training costs hit local budgets, and that's if the local community can even find new hires. We are very fortunate in this state to have such a dedicated, skilled, and qualified group of law enforcement officers, but the challenges are there for the future. I ask you to think hard about this potential crisis and to act before it gets worse. We all need to do everything possible to encourage these individuals to work their full pre-retirement terms. That's good for the safety of our citizens in every community. Keep in mind, being a police officer today is a challenging, stressful job. It is a noble profession. It's something I truly love, but every minute on the job is filled with safety concerns. House Bill 1587 will help our state and local communities in their recruitment and retention of qualified police officers. I urge you to support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative O'Brien.
Thank you for taking my question. You said kind of in your testimony that there's communities that are finding a hard time getting potential candidates. And I don't know if you heard, I'm on the board of Alderman in Nashua as the example. We're discussing hiring a $500, paying a $500 bonus to get police officers. How much of an impact do you really think that this is really affecting people looking for this type of career?
There's a lot of concerns today with law enforcement. There's a lot of policy changes. There's a lot of things that's being implemented. And you have to think about it this way. 22-year-old coming in to work as a police officer, he's got 25 years. At the end of the day, what is his retirement is going to be after he's done his 25 years? $500 a sign-in bonus is probably a catching statement. However, you might have a problem certifying the individual. However, he is going to be leaving in a couple of years after that because he is going to be made a little bit more aware of what his retirement compensation at the end of his 25 years.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you.
Other questions? Representative Groda.
Thank you. So what you're saying is it's not maybe a matter of initial hiring, but a matter of retention of officers and firemen.
They go hand in hand. Hiring and retention is a problem right now. I work for Salem PD. I'm a detective with Salem PD. I remember when I took the test, there was about 300 applicants. Today, we're lucky to have 25. 10 of them might show up. And don't forget, there's background, extensive background, everything that they have to go through. Out of the 10, you might end up with 2 to 3 people.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony. Other questions? Seeing none. Claudia Cass.
I have some copies here for the group.
Thank you and thank you very much for the copies. That's.
Thank you. I want to thank you for having us all here today and an opportunity to speak to you. I'm Officer Claudia Cass. I've been working for the department for almost 16 years now. I was one of the people that was hired under the original deal. I know there's been some efforts to bring everyone up to speed on how this all came to be. Obviously, the pension system was terribly underfunded. It was underfunded before I was hired. It was underfunded in part because municipalities enjoyed a tax holiday and did not pay into the pension system. It was underfunded because the market had a terrible crash. But I was hired with a deal that I would work 20 years, and I would have my best 3 years, and I would be able to bank out my sick and my vacation time, and I would pay 9.75% into the pension system. In 2011, they changed that retroactively. I had almost 6 years with the department. I was sentenced to 3 years in prison. I have to work 3 years. That's about the average sentence for maybe your second drug crime or your second sex offense. I get to stay in prison because the legislature reneged on a deal and a promise that was made to me. Although in fairness, that bill never passed. That bill did not pass. It was Christmas treed onto House Bill 2, the funding bill. And that's how we got sentenced to prison. We have to serve more. I have to pay 2% more into the pension system because the state shifted that onus to me. Not only did I not get a benefit, I lost benefits. But ever since 2011, I've sucked it up. I was told it was my best 5 years, and that I would have to serve 23 years, and I would have to pay 11.55%. Needless to say, this has not helped our recruitment and our retention. We have dropped our retirement age, we've given raises, we've done everything possible, and we can't recruit people because, well, he spoke of 25 years. We dropped our hiring age to 20-year-olds. They have to work 33 years to collect their pension. And even with this bill, their pension is capped at twice their base salary. Their base salary doesn't include weekends, doesn't include weekend differential, doesn't include shift differential, doesn't include hazardous duty pay. So they will pay in. These guys are getting forced 4 to 5 times a week. I don't know how many of you are aware of the staffing crisis that we have at the state prison, but we can't staff it, and we had 20 people retire in December. This bill does almost nothing, frankly. Almost nothing. Thanks for including the years that I'm paying into the pension system anyway in my calculation. It's not a gift. It's a tiny return on the money I'm already paying. And you know how poorly educated we are? I, who have probably done the most since I'm close to leaving, I found out today, that I'm not going to be refunded over $20,000 that I paid into the pension system over and above what they're going to calculate my pension on. I was told by the New Hampshire retirement system that anything that wasn't used towards my calculation was going to be refunded. So literally today, sitting here and hearing them testify is the first I have ever been told I'm not going to get my money back. So it is an election year. The state got $1.8 billion in the stimulus package for COVID relief. Over $600 million of that went to the municipalities, the same municipalities that started this underfunding in the first place. And I'm certain they're going to come here and speak against paying for the first responders that have protected them all these years. So I just want to make mention of that. And I also was galled to read in my paper that the same legislature paid $20 million to the victims of the FRM scandals. This is the same legislature that we're asking to give us our own money in a calculation. So I frankly feel this is the very least that you could do, is give us our own money that we work for and paid into the pension system as part of the calculation of our pension. I'll take any questions you might have, and this is not written in scribbles.
Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there questions? Representative Pearson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Cass, you mentioned mandatory overtime
Yes, sir.
when you were addressing us. Can you elaborate as to what exactly mandatory means?
Mandatory means you can't go home. It means that at the end of your shift, they tell you you have to stay for 8 more. The average, I don't have the specific numbers with me, perhaps someone else here does, but it's literally thousands of hours a week that we have to cover to try and get the prison staffed. When I started, we had, I believe the number was around 800 correctional officers. and I think we're down to around 400. We're at 50% of the staffing we're supposed to have at the men's prison in Concord. And then we're also required to cover the other prisons. So if the women's prison needs staffing, we have to go up there and staff that as well. So we all have to cover all the hours. There's a prison to run. We have what's called critical minimum, and most days we cannot even meet our critical minimum by forcing every single body that we have available. Now they have made some changes, and the probation parole officers are allowed to help us now, but their best 5 years are tossed. So for years, they weren't allowed to help us, and now that they are allowed to help us, people like, Saifu or Swerko, they have already spoken, in their best 5 years, they took the initiative to come and help us fill a staffing crisis, and those 5 years are going to be tossed, and it's going to be based on the years that they weren't even allowed to help us. So they're paying into the pension system on a benefit that they overwhelmingly benefited all of us, and they're not even going to be able to collect on that.
Can I have a follow-up? Thank you, Madam Chair. So what I'm getting in summation, because I have no idea what your world looks like in corrections, you are being forced to work against your will. Money's being taken out of your paycheck for doing so, and then you're told, sorry, that we forced you into what some would almost describe as slave labor, and we're not going to count that. That's the summation of what you're getting at, right?
That is absolutely correct.
Okay.
When I was hired, we didn't have as much overtime. We had a lot more staff. The women's prison wasn't open. This current women's prison requires a lot more staffing than the previous women's prison, which has exacerbated our understaffing rather. So now I do get forced more than I ever would have in the beginning of my career, but I was under the impression it was going to be my best 5 up until summer of 2021. I know Saifu said 20. I did not know till 2021 when I went to run my numbers that my top 5 years are tossed. So these years and these times and these hours have been stolen from my family, and my money has been stolen from my check, and I had no idea that I was never going to benefit from it.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Cass. Other questions? Representative Schmidt.
You are working with some kind of a document. Can you provide us with that?
Can you read scribble, sir? I literally scribbled a couple of little notes on the bottom of your paper. I'm sorry.
We
Can
have
we
a
read 'em?
doctor that can read that.
You have a doctor? Oh, perfect.
Thank you. All right, that's the last card. Is there any other member of the public that wishes to testify on House Bill 1587? No, they're not paying any of this. This is all funded from the state, not the municipalities. Representative Yakubovich, this bill will be going to your subcommittee. And please, we'll let you know when the subcommittee meetings are. Since no one else wishes to testify, I'll close the public hearing on 1587 and open the public hearing on House Bill 1557. And Representative Goley will introduce the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Representative Jeff Goley, representing Hillsborough 8, Manchester Ward 1, here today to introduce House Bill 1557 relative to survivor benefit optional allowances under the retirement system. And the reason I'm bringing this forward, I contacted the New Hampshire retirement system. I retired back in 2021, November 2021, and November 2020, and when I got my final calculations for the system, what happens is when you retire, they send your first checks based on what they calculate for your average compensation. And they wait to get your final numbers from the city or town that you retired from so that they can calculate your final overall compensation of what your benefit will be going forward. When you retire, they don't have that all in front of them. They have to wait and get the vacation time, your sick time accruals, and all that calculated in later on down. And it usually, in normal years, it takes 2, maybe 3 months at the most for this to happen. Well, when I retired in the middle of COVID, I didn't get my final numbers. I retired in November 1st. I get paperwork May 12th, 6 months later. And on that paperwork, it says, within 120 days after the effective date of your retirement, you may elect to change or cancel an option by notifying the Hampshire Retirement System. I got this 6 months later saying I only had 4 months if I chose to change my benefit once I get my final numbers. So I called the retirement system. This was in statute. There was nothing they could do. There was no exemptions. It wasn't a ruling that they could go forward and say, well, this is extenuating circumstances to where we're at. So I asked them if there was a way to change that to make it, you could change it up to the 120 days after you receive your final numbers, to give you that option. And this is the language they came up with that's in this bill. Marty's here. I think it'll do what I want, but I'm not sure. I just want to make sure that a member is basing their final option that they choose based on their final calculation that they have in front of them from the retirement system. So that's why I brought this forward, and that's why we're here.
Thank you, Representative Goley. It sounds like a reasonable request. Are there other questions for Representative Goley? He's next. Okay, doesn't look like any questions.
Thank you.
Call Marty Carlin again.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, for the record, Marty Carlin representing NHRS. We don't have a position on this bill. However, Representative Goley summed up the issue at hand quite well. The statute currently gives a member 120 days after retirement to change their survivorship option. And what a survivorship option is the opportunity to leave some or all of a pension benefit to a beneficiary if they pass away. If a member takes the maximum amount, it's a lifetime benefit for that person, but they can designate, 50% to someone else or 100%, and there's some other permutations called pop-up options. And basically, once that election is made after the 120 days after retirement, there are very limited circumstances under which it can be adjusted after that. There's a couple of exceptions for death of a spouse or divorce, and the divorce decree doesn't award the pension to the ex type of thing. But pretty much you're locked in. And with that 120-day limit in the statute, our goal has been to try to get all benefits finalized within 120 days. However, there are times of the year where a backlog builds up. July is our busiest month because pretty much all the teachers retire at the end of their contract year. So that, it's probably 4 times more than the next highest month, and 5 or 6 times higher than other months. And we can't staff for the year for that 1 month. So things get behind, and also we have issues sometimes with employers not sending in all these trailing wages or the proper termination forms. That was the nexus of the bill last week that you heard, House Bill 1318. It's sort of part of the same coin is the issue Representative Goley brought forth here. And he did reach out to us with what his specific intention was, and the language in the bill is something we looked at and found, we could administer that change. And just in line 6 and 7, just to reference, date of the original notice of retirement provided by the retirement system not to include any future benefit adjustments that may be carried out. And what that is, occasionally somebody retires and months or even years after, an audit issue comes up and, there's a pension adjustment. So we wanted to have that language in. So it's that initial finalization notice. And if something else turns up later, it doesn't, 5 years down the road, they couldn't change their option. We are comfortable that we can administer this provision as written and, manage that, without any additional issue. Be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? Representative Fellows.
Yes, could you just tell me when, during their career, a person who's eligible for the retirement system, when during their career can they make this change? Can they make it just at any time? I'm not really focused on at the very end when they retire, but throughout, can they make that change? And about how often does that happen?
Active members, or people who have yet to retire can change their beneficiary designation at any point, in their career. They just would fill out a new form and either, and get it to us, and the valid notarized form most recent we have on file is in effect. That would enable, if the member passes away, the beneficiary to receive death benefits in the statute. Actually, the next bill being heard isn't analogous to this bill, but it touches on the same statute and would change what benefits are available to beneficiaries if an active member passes away. But while you're still working, you can change your beneficiary at any point. And once you retire, if you took the maximum amount, for instance, or another option that doesn't continue on as a benefit, you could change that beneficiary afterwards as well, but that person would only be eligible for a lump sum benefit. So, pretty much after the 120 days, you're pretty much locked into that beneficiary. That beneficiary does have the option to renounce the benefit on their own if they want to. But after retirement, you're more locked into your beneficiary. But pre-retirement, you can change it, every other day. People do change their beneficiaries. We encourage them to, especially because, if you filled out that beneficiary form when you were hired, you may have had a lot of life events, in the ensuing years, family, marriage, divorce, anything like that. We want to make sure the person you intend to receive something is the person we have on file.
Yes. Representative Fellows, they're talking about whether your survivor, should you die after retirement, will get the same amount as you did, or whether it'll only be half or a quarter. It's the survivorship benefit.
Yes, and so it's not complicated if the employee dies before they retire. That's straightforward, because
Right.
it's just whatever name they have in the file.
But I believe that if you choose, say, 100% of your pension goes to your survivor, the pension you receive is less than it would be otherwise to
Sure.
account for that.
Just actuarial calculation.
Actuarially balanced. And Other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
And Art Beaudry wishes to testify.
Again, good morning, Madam Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Arthur Beaudry. I represent the New Hampshire State Permanent Firefighters Retirement Association, and I'm here in favor of House Bill 1557. Just be brief, choosing an option when you retire is a big decision for you and your family, and it's a lifetime decision, and it shouldn't be made lightly. All the information needed to make that decision should be available to the member prior to making that decision. And this bill shouldn't cost any additional dollars, because as the chairman mentioned, when you take an option, you can take a straight annuity where you don't cover your spouse. You could take a 50% option, you can take a 100% option where she would get, or he would get 100% of your benefit, and then you can take pop-ups, and each one of those options cost so much money. And not having the final numbers to make that decision could really play an impact to your family. So this bill is really a straightforward piece of legislation where it's no cost and it really helps the member make a decision for their families. And just don't get confused with the death benefit and a pension benefit, because the death benefit's going to be coming up. If you die while you're working and you didn't, you have to have 20 years of service, you can sign a form and your spouse will get 50% of your benefit. If you didn't sign that form, your spouse would get your money back in interest and pretty much, I shouldn't say that's it, but yeah, we're looking at if, where you can get 100% of that benefit. That's going to be coming up. But there's two different things, a death benefit and then your pension benefit for your spouses. And I will take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions? Seems like we've covered this one already.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on House Bill 1557? Okay, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. And we have a bit of time before our next hearing, which starts at 11:30. Representative Lekis suggests that we could vote on this bill already. Do you have a motion?
Yes, I'd like to move OTP on House Bill 1557.
I second.
Seconded by Representative Grota. Okay. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
I think we covered everything pretty much. It's just a very straightforward thing that people should have the information they need to make a decision like this and enough time to make it, and they shouldn't lose that opportunity because the retirement system isn't able to get the information to them in the required amount of time.
Representative Grota?
Thank you. It seems prudent to the employer or employee to have the information that they need before they make the decision.
Okay. Any Representative-elect?
I just want to make sure I understand what was being said there. So currently, after they receive notice of retirement or give notice of retirement, whatever the trigger is, employees have 120 days to make the decision. If there's a screw up and they don't get that they don't get their paperwork within that period of time, they're stuck.
They have to hope they made the correct decision with incomplete information.
They're stuck. And after that period of time, are they stuck with that decision for the entirety of their retirement?
As Mr. Carlin said, you can only change the survivorship benefit in very rare and special circumstances. A divorce.
Right, that's what I understood.
No, they're stuck.
Just wanted to make sure, because it seems fairly common sense to me, so, I mean, the bill.
Okay, anyone else have a comment? Okay, comments, questions? All right, seeing none. The motion is ought to pass on House Bill 1557, and the clerk can call the roll.
Yes. Representative Rhodes votes yes. The clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson? He is. Representative Yakubovich?
Yes.
Representative Lekis?
Yes.
Representative Allegro? Representative Bailey?
Yes.
Representative Santo Nastaso?
No.
Representative Goley?
Yes.
Representative Short?
Yes.
Representative Schmidt?
Yes.
Representative Marsh?
Yes.
Representative Fellows?
Yes.
Representative Grota?
Yes.
Representative O'Brien,
Yes.
and the chair.
Yes.
14?
14.
That's about right.
14 to 1.
I, 15, yes. 14 to 1.
14 to 1?
Yes. Okay, and motion passes
Right.
14 to 1. Representative Santos DeSasso, will you be writing a minority report?
Yes, and no objection to consent.
What's that? You no objection to consent, okay, that's fine, we'll put this
And
on
I'll
consent.
write the majority report unless Representative Goley would like to.
Okay, I'm pretty sure 1587 will not be quite that easy, so we'll take a break before the next hearing.
Where'd that one go?
I personally don't understand why it takes that long. What difference does it make what your exact last number is going to be? I mean,
I don't either, but if, it sounds like the problem is in the retirement system and not with the employee, so they shouldn't be stuck for life.
No, I understand, but the fact is,
Takes them more than,
if you got 30 days, I'm getting $16 more, so maybe I'll choose the pop
it could be significant if you've got a lot of
That
sick
guy
time or
that's
more than one.
speaking, it's very hard to listen to that other testimony about how brave these people are in recruitment. It's all nonsense.
Yeah.
So, yesterday I didn't like the terminology. I didn't like the name that they wanted to use for this. So, but how do you feel about changing it to just a different name?
That is actually what that type of enterprises is. They're,
Well,
like I said.
I understand that, but from my perspective, I'm thinking the name should be more the function of what they do than how they do it. So,
Such as?
Management of financial integration or management of integration for the different departments.
That's really inclusion, that's.
Well, I'm just thinking, I don't know exactly I don't have a specific word in mind.
Yeah, well, enterprise operations, they manage the operations of the enterprise, that's what they do.
Well, they manage like the software that pulls in data from the different parts of not only admin services, but even
The
other
enterprise,
agencies.
the whole state government.
I think I just don't like the word, that if it said statewide financial system.
Well, that's fine, Sally, but that's what they think they want to be called, and I don't really want to fight them.
Oh, well, okay, I was just trying
No,
to think of
I
something.
gotta tell you,
to light recently, especially recently, with the death of some members, is that we were so focused on this being an option that occurred when you were eligible to retire, we never really thought about what happens to those that pass away before that eligibility occurs. So what this bill does is it basically says, look, you know what, there's no reason to wait until you're eligible to retire to simply fill out a form as to what your plans are. And that's all this does, is it opens this up for you to have the ability to do this. Now, currently on line 3, it mentions any member upon joining the retirement system or any member who has reached retirement service age. We have been made aware that that really does kind of leave a gap in the middle for existing employees. And that will certainly need to be quickly amended, and either Tom or my Representative Lanzar or myself will be happy to make sure that gets taken care of. But we certainly don't want to leave a gap. The gap that we have right now has kind of put us in this situation to begin with. So I just want to bring that to your attention here. So certainly don't be overly concerned with all the legalese here, but this just basically outlines what you see below is the procedure. So, and that's really not changing. It's just a matter of when you're going to fill your ability to fill your paperwork out.
Thank you. Are there questions, Representative Lekes?
Thank you. Just to clarify something, so there was a discussion during an earlier bill about, people can specify their beneficiary and change it at any time. How does that differ from, is this obviously is different, but what is this versus that?
So what happens when you go to retire and you look at your options, you are not solely looking at your options because your spouse must agree and sign off to that option. And that is something that in this particular case, if you are going to do this, like I was not married when I entered into the system, but 2 years later I would have been able to come in and sit down with my wife and look at this and say, you know what, as of right now, this is how we want this to unfold. And that way, in the event that I pass away, we're where we need to be if I pass away beforehand. Yeah. But in order to make a change later, let's say we review this when I am eligible to retire and she and I think something different should be the way we do things, then we have the option to change that at that point.
Follow up? That doesn't get to what I'm wondering. There was a discussion about, there's some sort of, survivor benefit that people are currently able to apparently specify before they retire and change at any time. How is that different from the thing this controls?
So what happens as of right now is until you are eligible to retire, that paperwork is not filled out. This is a little bit different. It's a little bit different area. This has to do with the pension benefit that you get, and it has nothing to do with being killed in the line of duty or that sort of thing.
A quick follow up. Okay, so the one that was being mentioned before is for the death benefit, not for anything with retirement.
Yeah, this particular bill, 1497, has nothing to do with death benefit.
No, but I mean the prior discussion.
I wasn't here for the
No.
prior discussion.
This is about pre-selecting essentially your survivorship benefit prior to being eligible to retire, so that you could do it, say, after you got married or whenever. Without necessarily being eligible.
What's confusing me is there was a discussion from Mr. Carlin about some kind of selection that could be done at any time and ongoing, and I just don't understand.
Perhaps we should wait for Mr. Carlin to explain, since he's the next speaker.
So I'll give you, Representative Lekes, I'll give you a real world example here. A guy that I worked with in Manchester passed away right before, one of them was before, one of them was after they were eligible. They never filled the paperwork out with the state. That caused a significant problem with his spouse trying to figure out how this was all going to work. So this just gives the ability for us to just fill the paperwork out sooner. That's really it. There's no increased benefit. It doesn't change anything.
Okay, thank you.
So, let me see if I understand this I'm going to compare it to my retirement. So when I retired, I had an option of taking my retirement package as one lump sum, or I could have it spaced out as an annuity. That's an example of the kinds of decisions that you're talking about making before you actually retire, so that and it's done in conjunction with your spouse, so that if something happens to you before you retire, then there's a plan for those benefits, and they're outlined by you and your spouse before something happens to you. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so what happens is there's a list of choices that the retirement system presents to you, and it involves, are you willing to take a reduced benefit for survivorship of a spouse, or your spouse is willing to not do that at all, and you take a much higher benefit, but if you pass away, it disappears. So you don't get to sit down and dictate this. The retirement system has choices, and you and your spouse will pick whichever one is you think is the best for you. But under current law, you cannot do that until you're eligible to retire. And if you pass away beforehand, then we get the mess that we've been dealing with the last couple of years.
Follow up, Madam Chair. So does this bill also allow for you to change those things or you only get one shot at it? Let's say, you do it when you're first married, and then 20 years later, you decide you want something else because life is different, and do you have an option to modify it as you get older?
That's a fantastic question for Mr. Carlin, but my understanding is that you don't lock this in until you actually retire.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm sure he can expound on that much better than I can.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, other questions for Representative Bailey?
So the prior one where they said you could change it at any time during your working life, that was pension, I guess, huh? And this is something different?
No.
That was, that you could change at any time the name of your beneficiary.
Oh, all right. Thank you.
Representative Fellows?
Thank you. So the language that is being added here says upon joining the retirement system. So the example that you gave of getting married like two years after you joined the retirement system, the word doesn't include what you just described.
Correct. As I opened, we do need to amend this to include any existing member. That was an oversight when it was drafted. It left a gap between those that get hired and those that are eligible. Folks like me that are in the middle were inadvertently excluded from this, and that's an easy correction we'll make in an amendment.
Thank you. Other questions? Seeing none,
Thank you.
I'd like to call Mr. Carlin.
Okay. For the record again, Marty Carlin, representing the New Hampshire Retirement System. NHRS doesn't have a position on the bill. We did prepare a handout with some background information on the bill, but while the change itself is fairly straightforward, the circumstances, the other factors around it do seem to be a little confusing. So I'm going to sort of step back 5,000 feet and kind of walk back to this bill. Right now, active members are encouraged to fill out a beneficiary form once they start working. And they can update that beneficiary form at any time throughout their career, that they want to change the beneficiary. The form can either be submitted online through their account, or they need to send us a notarized paper form. But, you know, they can do that constantly if they would like. We try to encourage people to do that as much as we can and make sure it's, you know, we say, make sure you like the person who's on that right now. If an active member dies while they're in service, while they're working and contributing, there are statutory death benefits available in RSA 100A8 and A9. A8 refers to non-job related death, you know, a terminal illness not related to work, an accident type of thing, and then A9 is accidental death benefits. And those are automatically paid to the beneficiary on file, you know, presuming there is one, which, you know, we just need to be notified of the death and the circumstances to move that along. So that those are existing sort of automatic. There's no paperwork a member has to fill out to do anything, you know, to make their beneficiary eligible for those. You know, it seems like Representative Schuett was trying to signal you. Didn't want to interrupt her.
Representative Schuett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Carlin. With a new employee, is there any time limit that they have to have been working and contributing into the retirement system before any benefit can be paid to a beneficiary?
Yes, and actually, it may, if the committee thinks it's of use, I can send you our handout on the statutory death benefits, just for background purposes. Basically,
Please do so.
A non-job related death, if it occurs at any point in their career, the beneficiary would get a lump sum of the member's contributions refunded to them. So the member money is always going to go back to a beneficiary if there is one. If the non-job related death, if the member has more than 10 years and is vested in the pension system, a spouse beneficiary would have the option of taking 50% of their pension as calculated on the date of death, or a lump sum equal to their accumulated contributions plus a year's salary. And statutorily, that's only available to a spouse beneficiary. If you had a non-spouse beneficiary, a partner or a child or cousin or whatever, they would get the lump sum payment, would be their only option. The spouse would have the option of choosing whichever one made more sense to them. The job-related death benefits, accidental death, it's 50%. Actually, let me read this. There's no minimum service for that. So if somebody is killed early in their career and, you know, in the line of duty, there is a benefit payable. And I literally just had that sheet in front of me. There it is. So for a Group 1 member, it's 50% of the member's average final compensation is payable to a surviving spouse. Slightly different for Group 2, it's 50% of the member's annual rate of earnable compensation in the year they died. So that might or might not be a larger number, but those are automatic benefits. So that's sort of the landscape on beneficiary designation, pre-retirement, and death benefits. So what this bill talks about is something called pre-selection of a survivorship option, and that's under RSA 100A13, not under the death benefit statute. And add to the level of confusion, it's the same sentence that Representative Goley's bill addresses, but it does something completely different. You know, and there's no overlap between them. So right now, the way that bill A13 is phrased, members who are eligible for service retirement can pre-select a survivorship option. So this is somebody who is eligible to retire. You know, they're older than 60 in Group 1, or they have, you know, they're older than 60 in Group 2, or have their 45 and 20, 46 and 21, et cetera, and filling out another form for the pre-selection. If they pass away while they're still working, the spouse would get 100% of their pension as calculated, you know, on the date of their death. Okay, so that obviously the 100% benefit is better than a 50% benefit, but the member has to take an affirmative action to fill out this form and submit it to us, and they are only allowed to do that once they're eligible for service retirement. So, for instance, I'm not eligible for service retirement. I can't fill out a pre-selection yet, you know, under the current statute. You know, there are issues with people who are eligible and may not realize that this benefit exists. We try to, when we do our member education presentations, we have a slide on this. We include references to it in newsletters. We've done standalone emails, you know, and it's one of these where you say, this sounds to be good to be true, but it actually is. It gives someone who is continuing to work after they're technically eligible to retire a little more peace of mind if they pass away. You know, the spouse would get a larger benefit than the automatic benefits under the other statute. So what this bill would do is allow members prior to service retirement eligibility to designate that pre-selection option. It wouldn't take effect if, you know, the person was, you know, 42 years old when they died and they weren't eligible for service retirement. But, you know, a 22-year-old could check the box on the beneficiary form for this, and 40 years later, you know, it's still in effect. They don't have to be told about it and remember to do it once they become eligible for service retirement. So, you know, so to the extent that some people have already done these and some people haven't, this would make it easier for more people to do this designation. Right now, it's two separate forms that members have to fill out to do this, the regular beneficiary form and the pre-selection, and, you know, the names have to match. You can't have different beneficiaries on those two forms. Under this bill, if it's passed, and it was, a version of this was floated in the Senate last year, so we looked at it. It was an amendment, it wasn't a bill that didn't advance. You know, we could combine the pre-selection as another box on the regular beneficiary form. So throughout someone's career, they can update their beneficiary and check or choose not to check the pre-selection box at any time as well. So it would streamline the paperwork issue involved in this. And, you know, fortunately, you know, there are very few in-service deaths of our members. You know, obviously there's some higher profile, you know, tragedies that go on, but just, you know, dying of a disease or in a car accident, you know, we've, you know, averaged, you know, there's probably, you know, 66 to 73 over the last 3 years per year. And not all of those people are eligible for service retirement. This affects, you know, younger members as well. So, you know, the actuary didn't see any kind of cost issue with expanding this because it's such a small pool out of a 48,000 active members, you know, that any additional benefits that a beneficiary would get, you know, wouldn't show up in the rounding, if you will, on the rates. And another difference is the pre-selection allows you to designate any beneficiary for this, not just the spouse, where the death benefits, there's some things that are only specific to a spouse. And obviously in 1968, that was sort of the nuclear family model, and people may have different beneficiaries now than they did then. So that is sort of a bigger picture. I'd be glad to try to answer any questions anybody has about the bill.
So the people that would be getting this additional benefit are individuals who are not yet eligible to retire, who bother to fill out a form.
They
die in service.
They have to be eligible for service retirement and fill out the form, you know, under this law. So it's almost like a dormant benefit. If you're 30 years old and you check this box and you die,
So you don't get the benefit if you're not eligible for service retirement?
the pre-selection benefit is the 100%, you know, to the beneficiary is only for people who are service retirement eligible under A13. So it's an enhanced death benefit essentially, but it's only available if somebody dies and is eligible for retirement.
I think I would love to have your information packet on this because I'm getting thoroughly confused.
Yeah, and actually, I know I had stopped, but I did look at my notes. I know Representative Pearson addressed the phrasing of any member appointed during their retirement system, and we had a question whether the intent was that anybody, you know, in their career, you know, any active member could do this, and would suggest clarification on that. And also, there's a strike through in the bill online, same line where it strikes out sections 1 and 2 of RSA 100A5 and refers only to A5. And 100A5 pertains to both service and early service retirement benefits. So it seems like it would, as written, open the universe of people who could receive something on the pre-selection if a member who's eligible for early service retirement passes away, that they would be payable to them too. And we just wanted to clarify if that was the intent. If it was, and then it's fine the way it is. And early service retirement, real quickly, is you're collecting your pension before your full retirement age, and it's reduced, by factors, how far away you are from retirement, and how long you worked.
Okay, thank you.
Further
Representative
question?
Shute, you have a follow-up?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Carlin, I will bring up another scenario, and I wonder if the system has considered this. If an active member designates, say, their spouse, and then just leaves that in the system for years and years, and the spouse passes away before the employee, would that complicate things for the retirement system if that's the beneficiary?
So the member's beneficiary has passed away, and then the member dies in service with
And the
that
member
person
never
designated.
changed?
Yeah, that would, there would be no lifetime benefit payable to anyone in that sense, because the beneficiary of the benefit is also deceased. But the refund of contributions and those, that would go to the estate, and it would have to go through the
Thank you.
probate process.
Representative Leckes, yeah.
Yes, you had mentioned training materials on all of this that is provided to employees. Could you provide that to us and, or a link to it or something?
Sure thing.
Thank you.
Definitely necessary. Representative O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Collins, just to clarify what Representative Schuett's question, I think in my time that one can declare multiple benefits. If I were to put down my wife, and then if I was fearful of her passing in the future, I could name children or other who I choose. Am I correct? So the system allows multiple beneficiaries.
Yes, to try to keep it sort of simplified, I was talking about a single beneficiary, but the law allows a member to designate multiple beneficiaries and assign a percentage of the benefit to the multiples. The law does limit that to any number of your children and or your spouse. So you couldn't do, 3 cousins. It would have to be one person. But for that sort of immediate family, you could allow multiple beneficiaries. And there's also a provision, we talk about beneficiaries, that's, who the benefits are payable to. You can also designate what's called a contingent beneficiary. And if your beneficiary has passed and you have a contingent, any lump sums would go to that person. No contingent beneficiary would be eligible for a monthly benefit. But, whatever's owed to the member's estate would go to the contingent beneficiary. So you can have those as well. And there can be multiple contingents also.
Representative Broda and then Sajak.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Carlin, really, the purpose of this bill is to address all these options in the case that an employee dies before he retires or they retire, because it clarifies what the request of the employee would be. In a nutshell, if you had to.
Yeah, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Sajak.
I was going to ask about multiple lives, but we'll save that for later. The question that I have is, remind me please, there was a while back, we passed a bill to allow someone to get an ex-wife beneficiary off. When is it necessary, without her permission, when is it necessary for a beneficiary to give, a spouse beneficiary to give permission? Can you remind me of that circumstance?
Yeah, actually, it's on one of the notes I was referring to, so I'm going to go back to that just to make sure I'm giving you the correct answer. The ability for a member to sort of delist the beneficiary actually it's a non-spouse beneficiary that can be taken off without their consent. That was one of the bills. There was a couple of bills about that going on. If it's a spouse beneficiary and there's a divorce in which the divorce decree, or settlement agreement doesn't designate a portion of the pension to the spouse, we have to follow what the divorce decree says. But if there's no pension obligation to the ex-spouse. A retired member can take them off and put another spouse on. That was one change to the limited exceptions for changing your beneficiary after the 120 days. And then there was another bill, it was either the year before or the year after, where it allowed someone to take a non-spouse beneficiary off on their own. There's always been a provision where the beneficiary themselves can renounce the benefit. There was a ex-member who I think testified on the bill you were talking about, who claimed he made a bad decision with a non-committed relationship and was locked into the beneficiary, and that he was seeking that change.
All set?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Other
Thank you.
questions? All right, thank you. We are anxiously awaiting your training materials.
I'll try to get them to you this afternoon.
Thank you. Art Beaudry?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Again, for the record, members of the committee, my name is Arthur Beaudry. I represent the New Hampshire State Permanent Firefighters Retirement Association, and I am here in favor of House Bill 1497 as hopefully amended to include the existing employees. Mr. Collin pretty much summed up most of the concerns, but I've actually seen it firsthand in Manchester, where we had firefighters that were thinking of retiring. They had their paperwork in their desk and never went up to Concord and signed their pre-option form, and they passed away. And their spouse ends up getting 50%, where if they signed that form, they would have gotten 100% of their pension. And with the demise, the unfortunate 2 suicides in Manchester of young individuals, their spouses ended up losing out if they didn't sign those papers. And instead of 100% of that individual's pension, they would only get 50% if they had over 10 years of service. So the way the existing law is, I could be driving up to Concord to sign my pre-option form, get in a car accident and kill myself, and my spouse ends up losing 50% of my pension with really no fault of the member. So it is something that really should be done, and this bill was put in the Senate last year. Senator Kavanaugh put it in. I think they tabled it. And we have to look at the death benefit also, because that is another concern that was brought to my attention, which, believe it or not, I was always under the assumption that if somebody dies in the line of duty, their spouse or beneficiary would get 100% of their pay plus the member's money back plus interest. And I was told now that they only get 50%. So I was going to ask Mr. Collin, if we sign a pre-option form for 100% benefit, if I were to die in the line of duty, would my spouse still get 100% of the benefit instead of the 50% under the accidental death? So those are concerns, and I would answer any questions. But we hope that this does get rectified, because there's no sense in not having to be able to pick an option upon your hiring, especially if you're married and you have children. And I'll answer any questions.
All right, thank you for your testimony. Representative Goley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming here and testifying. That was very well said. And just to clarify, so this basically allows someone to pre-select ahead of time versus keeping an eye on when their date is that they reach that service age eligibility to have to drive back up to Concord. When they go and do their spouses or survivorship options, death benefit, they'll be able to do this at the same time. While it will not go in effect until they reach that age, they'll at least have it done and not have to keep looking at the clock as to when they reach eligibility.
That's correct, Representative.
Thank you.
Other questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you for your
Thank you very much.
testimony. Brianrill?
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Brianrill. For the record, I serve as the president of the Professional Firefighters of New Hampshire, and I'm captain for the City of Portsmouth Fire Department. I am not the subject matter expert on this material. However, I do have the ability to somewhat simplify things as I'm speaking as a firefighter. So what this benefit is actually just a safeguard for someone that has reached retirement eligibility and has not filled out this pre-selection form. If they continue to remain on the job as a firefighter or in the public sector, and they pass away while they're retirement eligible and have not filled out this form, their spouse receives 50% of the benefit they normally would have gotten. What this benefit is it's not a new benefit. This is the benefit that has been earned by our members. It is just ensuring that that benefit carries on to their beneficiary. So it's extremely important. Hopefully, Madam Chair, I may be able to speak to the question that you asked earlier. This does not allow a member who was 25 years old, who came on the job, checked the box, and say died at 30. This would not push that benefit forward. They would have to sign the form at 25 years old, then work their entire career, reach retirement service eligibility for this to actually take place. So it does not create a benefit for those that don't meet the requirements under service eligibility. This is important to firefighters specifically due to the changes that we talked about earlier in 2011. Firefighters are having to work longer careers. They're having to work 5, 10, 15 years longer than they normally would have, which puts them in a position that they may be more susceptible to passing away prior to retirement. It's extremely important that we make sure that we take care of the families in this situation and provide the benefit that has been earned by each of these members. So for those reasons, I urge you to support HB 1497 and would be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you for your testimony. I have a question. Is it limited to Group 2 or is it for all members of the system?
So this should be for all members of the system.
Thank you.
Yep.
Representative Broder?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our employees, when they reach this 10-year limit, is it up to them solely to be aware of that date, or are they sent a reminder or?
So this may be a question that Mr. Carlin may be able to answer. The way I understand it is it's not once you are vested in the system, it's once you meet your time and age to retire, which for someone like me would be 25 years and age 45.
I see.
But to answer your question specifically, I can tell you that while educating firefighters throughout the state, because that's all I'm familiar with, there are many folks that are retirement eligible that are unaware of this process. And I know Mr. Carlin mentioned that there's some educational materials that they provide. I will say that I've had to search for them to find them. They're not, short of us putting them in front of our members' faces, a lot of them haven't seen it.
Follow up, please. Thank you. And so in light of the previous earlier bill, would this make our jobs offerings more desirable? Would it improve at all how the perception of the retirement system, or would it just do nothing?
Thank you for the question. I think by answering that, I'm certainly going to be speculating. But I would say that certainly if someone who's been in the system is not overly educated on the matter, someone who has no time in the system would probably struggle to have that education as well. So it may not make a difference.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
Questions for Representative? Okay, thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on House Bill 1497?
Madam Chair, if I can interrupt for just a brief moment. I just would like to acknowledge a very nearly honorary member of this committee whom we haven't seen for quite a while. Major Ernest Loomis is with us today. Thank you.
Thank you. I've already spoken with the Major. This bill will also be going to the Pension Subcommittee. It's got some issues and definitely needs at least one amendment. All right. Is there any other member of the public that wishes to testify? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing, and we are in recess until 1 p.m. Good afternoon, welcome back. I'm opening the hearing on House Bill 1549, and I call Representative Tracy Emmerich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Tracy Emmerich. I represent Rockingham District 21, which is Hampton. House Bill 1549, I know you've heard this before, is a very simple bill.
Them's fighting word.
Right. This deals with special duty employment of police officers, and strictly that. The current situation is, prior to retirement, special duty details, which are like working at a construction site, handling traffic, or escorting a wide load, or anything non-enforcement duties, non-law enforcement duties, special duty does not count towards retirement. So if you're pre-retirement, all your special duty time does not count for your retirement. However, once you retire, special duty time does count towards your retirement. So once you retire and you have your ceiling and whatever it is, and I'm not going to get into the retirement system. I tried to open that book and said I'm not going to go there because I'm certainly not going to be an expert on the state retirement system. Whatever your deal is, whenever you retired under, all this bill does is say if you do a special duty, it does not count against your retirement hours or pay. And if you read the bill, it's short, it says that those payments would be handled, not charged against retirement. And that's the upshot.
Thank you, Representative Emmerich. Are there any questions? Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome, colleague. I say colleague because he's on the JCEC with me, along with Representative Sitek. So if you're not an expert on the retirement system, and neither are we. Nobody's an expert on the retirement system. They all have an opinion. If you're not an expert on it, where did you come up with the idea for this bill?
The bill was, the idea was given to me by a retired police chief who is now on the Rockingham County Sheriff's Department.
Thank you.
Other questions? Representative Pierce.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this may not be something you can answer, and if you can't, that's okay. When it talks about special duty, is there a clear definition of what that entails? Of what is defined as special duty versus something else?
Well, I did some homework on it, and it's primarily duties which do not include law enforcement. It's like escorting over a wide, oversized load, or working in a construction site alongside the road and doing traffic management. It's not, you don't go out and arrest people on special duty. That's what I got out of it.
Okay.
Hi, Representative Emmerich. The expert is sitting in the back of the room on the retirement system.
Good. All the questions should be directed there.
Here's my question. You're basically talking details.
I'm sorry?
Police details.
Police details, yes.
Yeah, okay. The question I have is, do they retain police powers when they're doing this? If they see something going on, are they obligated as police officers to break up a fight, stop an assault, something like that?
I would assume so.
Oh.
That I can't answer. I don't know.
Okay, you see, my question is that if they're not police officers, acting as police, they're sort of compromised. Are they wearing two hats when they're doing this, watching a construction site?
That's going to take a bigger mind than mine.
Okay.
Other questions? Representative Rhodes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. This is, I think, going to piggyback on what Representative Sitek was asking. But a very good friend of mine is a police chief in a town here in New Hampshire. And he often speaks of when there are not enough officers in a particular town, that, of course, a neighboring town can come do detail for that town so that there, of course, there is coverage. So if the police officer is, you know, in town A and just coming over to help town B because it's a neighboring town, that's considered a detail. So would that count as, you know, this here? Because they're certainly working in the capacity if they were needed, whereas, you know, traffic detail as far as a, you know, construction crew is a little bit different, I think, what you're saying.
It would apply if they were retired, only if they were retired.
All right, thank you. Other questions? Representative Bailey?
I'm trying to figure out what would the, Representative Pearson was telling us the other day that everything had to be either solving a problem or there was a couple of different categories, but what is this solving? It's like, what, you don't want it counted towards the retirement system? Is that to avoid the unfunded balance?
No, it has
portion
nothing
of
to do
the-
with the retirement system. It has to do with how many hours they can work.
There's a limit.
There's a limit on a retiree, how many hours they can work without going back into a full-time status.
I see, thank you.
And what that does is allow people that are kind of at the ceiling of their retirement status, being able to do special duty and not have it count against the retirement status.
I mean, follow-up? I mean, do you sort of, are you not really retired if you're working 40 hours of detail work, or, you know?
I don't, that, you'll have to talk to the retirement system on that one. That,
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
above my pay grade.
Representative Broda?
Representative Bailey asked the question for me.
How efficient. Representative Fellow?
Thank you. I'm just wondering on line 5, what is the distinction about a permanent policeman?
I can actually help with that if he can't.
And it defines what a permanent policeman is someone who is eligible to be in Group 2 as a policeman. And they're full-time, yes.
Thank
It
you.
is defined elsewhere in the statutes. Other questions? All right. Thank you very much. Mr. Carlin, if you could help straighten us out of the mess we're getting ourselves into.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and again, for the record, Marty Carlin, representing the New Hampshire Retirement System. Excuse me, we don't have a position on this bill, and I signed up to just provide some background. I think I would agree with Representative Emmerich that this is fairly straightforward in terms of retirement system world, but just to, again, give a little bit higher up view to see how this plays in. Under the current law, NHRS retirees who begin working part-time for a participating employer after July 1 of 19 are limited to a maximum of 1,352 hours in the calendar year. It's not a weekly limit, it's a calendar year limit. And the employers are required to track hours worked by retirees and report them to us at the beginning of the following year. So right now, we're still in the window to get 2021 numbers from the employers. If they go over 1,352, there's a penalty, there's a pension offset for 12 months, which is the state's portion of their pension, which could be a significant penalty. There's a grandfathering provision for retirees who were working in a position prior to 1/1 of 19. They can work 1,664 hours, but, as long as they stay in that position. So, detail pay is included in the hours reported for retirees, just to kind of clarify, because there are some differences among active members on whether detail pay is earnable compensation. So for anyone who's hired on or after July 1st of 11, detail pay does not count. They don't contribute on it. It doesn't contribute toward their pension. It does count as compensation over base, to go back to 1587 this morning, for members who were in the system prior to 7/1 of 11 and weren't vested for 1/1 of 12, and then the original class of vested members also get detail as part of their pension. So, you know, there's a nuance there. Let's see. So in terms of, there is a definition in RSA 100A of extra or special duty pay. And it means member work activities or details for which the employer bills or charges another entity in whole or in part for the work activities or detail provided. So again, this is hiring law enforcement to, you know, for tree cutting work, you know, on a busy street, things like that. And, you know, the member or the retiree is paid by the employer, but you know, it's through, you know, the phone company or whoever's authorizing the work. So the only question I had with the language of the bill was it refers to special duty law enforcement, not extra or special duty pay. So just to clarify, and from what the sponsor said, that was his intention, but that would be preferable to clarify that. So an employer couldn't create a class of pay called special duty law enforcement just to get somebody out of the hours, because there already is a definition of detail in the statute, so it would be better to refer to that. In 2020, which is the last year that we have data for, we had 374 retirees working in police positions. Some of them may do detail, some may not, type of thing. And to the question someone asked earlier, I don't know if they have arrest powers or they can chase somebody who's, you know, driving by them at 120 or whatever. That it's outside the retirement system purview, so I never really did any research on, you know, if they have full law enforcement powers. Maybe there's somebody here who can clarify that, but I can't answer that. So I'd be glad to address any questions anybody has.
Thank you. Representative Schuett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Carlin. Could you tell me, is the site in the last, on line 7 of the bill, is that the site in 100A that defines the detail that you were just talking about, or is there a different, you just said 100A, can you give us the specific?
Yeah, the specific, that is not. That section of the statute specifically refers to the annual reporting by employers.
Okay.
All of the working after retirement, it's grafted onto several different statutes.
Right.
But the definition of extra or special duty pay is in RSA 100A1, section 32.
32.
And that was
Thank
put in,
you.
I think,
Further
in 2009 or so.
Thank you. Follow-up question is, do you have any kind of estimate as to how many police officers who began before that July 1st, 2011 date are still on the job? Just a rough...
I'm trying to remember from last week's bill that about 1,800, I think. There was
that many?
Yeah. There's still I'm sorry, they were in service prior to 7/1 of 11, so they're still working and still
accruing.
Detail pay is part of that comp over base umbrella that we spoke about this morning on the other bill.
And one more follow-up. So if a retiree came and worked those detail hours, they could possibly be, deferring those on-the-job officers who could be utilizing that time towards their retirement.
To the extent that, you know, detail hours are available to police departments, it's the local authorities who decide who to assign them to and you know, what the needs are. So I couldn't specifically say yes or no to that. I wouldn't
Thank you.
have enough information.
Representative Broda?
Thank you. Mr. Carlin, if I were to calculate 1,352 hours per year, it ends up at, on a 52-week year, it's 26 hours a week.
Correct.
So retirees are allowed to work up to 26 hours a week without affecting their pension benefit.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And that was effective July 1, 2011. That's when we put into statute the 1,352 hours?
No, that 1352 took effect on January 1st of 19. There was,
Okay.
previously, there was a weekly limit of 32 hours a week that was put in 11, and that was amended to make it an annual limit at a lower weekly average a few years back.
Okay. And follow up, I'm sorry. I know in my own town, we have a whole pecking order of who gets police detail. And is that a function of the municipality as opposed to someplace in statute?
Yeah, I don't know of any statutory governing that. So I won't guess, but, it seems like I won't guess.
Thank you.
It's a municipal, the police department decides who gets the details. And as was said, they frequently ask around for neighboring towns if they need a lot of people on the highway for guarding utility trucks or whatever.
Right, thank you.
Senator Pearson and then go.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So during this period of time in which we're discussing here, folks are retired, so they're collecting a pension benefit. While they're doing this, their 1352 maximum hours, or any of these special details, is anything being taken out of their pay to contribute into the system for the job that they are working on? No. Thank you.
Representative Goley and then Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Marty, for taking the question. You made the statement earlier that you were unsure whether their special duties would be included law enforcement activities. Isn't it pretty clear on line 5 that it states any hours worked on special duty law enforcement would allow them to provide law enforcement while they're doing this?
Again, not as a lawyer, it seems like it, but there may be other statutes, defining that, in the public safety statutes that may, I'm not sure, that it's on its face, yes.
Thank you.
Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So are we potentially opening any doors with this that you have to be an expert, you're the only one, to recognize you're going down the wrong path here?
To clarify, I wouldn't call myself an expert. I've just been around a while. But, the unintended consequences, similar to the bill last week that would increase it to 1664, only to the extent that full-time positions are eliminated because there's more hours available to work for retirees. This is limited to law enforcement detail pay. Again, because all the hours are reported as hours, not broken out, we don't know how many hours folks are working for that. For statistical purposes, that separate report contained in this bill could guide the legislature to look at down the road if there seem to be any unintended consequences, but.
Follow. So, I mean, it sounds to me like they're doing a lot of kind of what's called traffic detail here. Civilians are hired to do this kind of thing in many cases, but what you have to do is you have to know something about managing traffic, which police are trained to do, and civilians learned how to do. So it doesn't seem like really police work, like where you have to know something about police practices and policing. So that's the reason for my question. And can we think in those terms, and then it doesn't lead us into a perilous path?
Again,
I'm not sure that's a question, but.
I was about to say the same thing. I'm not sure what the question was. It's, that there are no obvious unintended consequences that the retirement system can see, but that doesn't mean there may or may not be any.
That's the kind of answer I was looking for. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Allegro and then Fellows.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for taking my question. I actually have two very short questions. The first I think I know the answer to, and the second I think I'm really baffled on. The first is what is the rationale behind placing a cap on the number of hours that can be worked? In a nutshell, as best you can.
In a nutshell, before 2011, the definition, part-time was anything less than full-time. So you could theoretically have folks working, 39 and a half hours a week, collecting a full pension, and essentially doing a position that we're not getting any contributions on that, arguably, should be a contributing position going forward. So the legislature lowered that to a weekly limit and then adjusted it again in 2018. But, the policy argument that I heard when these bills were being put forward is, you could take an employer could go to an entirely part-time workforce, if they were working, 35 hours a week, it's really part-time in name only for most people at that level of hours, and then not pay any contributions into the retirement system, and those liability costs would be spread among everyone else in the system. So that was sort of the impetus to define a number of hours for retirees that was truly part-time. And part of the reason 32 was brought up again in 2018 and lowered was under the Affordable Care Act, anything over 30 hours a week, you qualify for health care anyway. So that most employers had already moved to a lower weekly limit because of that outside of our statutes.
And my follow-up, please? Please. So I understand what the bill is trying to do, but why should these hours not count against that cap?
That's a policy decision. If employers, who are using part-timers feel like there's not enough hours to get these jobs done, and they could speak to you about, the reason, but it's, I don't have a reason for or against the change, but it would be a policy decision. And obviously employers reached out to the sponsor on that, but I don't have an answer for that one.
Thank you.
Representative Fellows?
Thank you. Let me just go through a scenario so we'll see if I understand what's going on here. Suppose a police officer retired in 2017 with, 30 years of service, and he's receiving his retirement payment. Under this, he could be working 26 hours a week, plus he could, and when he earned his retirement, those hours, special duty was included in that.
Yes.
It was, so his retirement was based on his regular hours plus any special duty hours he had. So now he could be working part-time, he could be working 26 hours, and then he could be working another 15 special duty hours, which wouldn't count if we passed this, and he could actually, he'd be taking home more money than when he was working.
Yes, a short answer is yes. I don't know how often that would occur, but yes, your scenario is.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Following a question of one of members here, how many hours can a retired police officer can work on duty? On detail, I'm sorry.
Well, there's no specific limits on detail right now for retirees. It's any hours worked, whether it's, for the law enforcement agency or the town, or detail. The total is 1,352 hours in a year. And again, this is only for a participating employer. Obviously, there are no non-member law enforcement outfits, but a retiree could work full-time in another career and collect a pension, and that's okay. This limit is for working for a participating employer.
They could also work full-time for the police in Lowell. Representative Broda and then O'Brien.
Thank you, and oh my goodness. Okay, so I almost forgot my question. But a current police officer who's not retired can work as many detail hours as they wish. So there's not a limit on the current employee. It's only on the retired employee, correct?
Yeah, there's no limit on how many hours an active Group 2 member could, or any member could work detail. anybody who joined the retirement system on or after 7/1/11, that detail pay doesn't count towards the pension. Anybody who is in the system and before that date and still active, that does go towards their pension calculation, but there's no limit on the hours.
Okay, thank you.
Representative O'Brien?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Collins, for taking the question. What concerns me with this, while they are a police officer, they have to meet certain qualifications, whether it be target range shooting, other different things, physicals and stuff like that. But once a person is retired, they're basically out of the system. Do you know of anybody who would get hired under this situation? Does the police department have any standards for these particular people to meet the qualifications? Because I imagine some of this, why wouldn't it be anybody off the street? I think they want somebody with a gun. And if that is the case, are they meeting the qualifications that they would as a police officer?
Nothing under the retirement system law governs that. I am aware just from past bills that there are full-time and part-time certification for police officers through police standards, and there's different levels of qualification for a full-time certification versus a part-time. So, and I don't know specifically whether a town could call someone law enforcement or they need to have them, have the requisite certification from police standards. I don't know the answer to that.
Follow up. With that being said, and very well explained, but just to make sure. In other words, the New Hampshire retirement system would just take it that this person is retired and working under this without any knowledge whether they met that particular qualifications.
That's the responsibility of the employer.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
I don't see any other questions, Mr. Carlin, so you're off the hook for this one. Arthur Beaudry?
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman, members of the committee. Again, for the record, my name is Arthur Beaudry. I represent the New Hampshire State Permanent Firefighters Retirement Association, and we are here in opposition of House Bill 1549 for the same reasons that we were in opposition of House Bill 1079 last week. If it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's a duck. You can change the names. In Manchester, where I come from, they have auxiliary police officers. They have full arrest rights and they carry a weapon, but they fall under the 1,300-hour rule. So you can change this name to anything, but our concern is when the municipal association comes in and says they're in support of having part-time workers to save money, but then they come in on other bills and say that the system is broken and its unfunded liabilities are out of control. Well, this plays into it, because if you don't have money going into the system to invest, the unfunded accrued liability will never get paid off. So if these individuals like to continue to keep working, they can keep working as a full-time police officer. They don't have to retire and go work as an auxiliary or as what they would call a special duty law enforcement. I question personally, why would they want somebody other than a police officer that could actually have arrest rights? If that's the case, you could hire a traffic company that would go out and take care of traffic for probably half the cost that they would be charging the police officers. So I would assume that they would want a police officer that has arrest rights and has the powers to keep the public at bay. So I will answer any questions, but those are the reasons why we are opposed to it. And it may be small, but it does impact the system, and we truly want to get the system into 100%. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Representative Rhodes?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So my understanding, and I'm speaking of, again, my friend that I've been talking to a lot that is the police officer. My understanding is if you're a full-time police officer, you're not allowed to say, I'm not working Christmas Day, I'm not working after, 9 o'clock at night. Whereas one of the questions asked is, well, why would you retire? Or you don't have to retire. So if you retire, of course, you can say, no, I'm not working Christmas Day, or I'm not working on Tuesdays. So is that correct, that if you're full-time, you pretty much have to work when you're told you're going to work versus?
I can explain that as a firefighter, because we have very limited special duty. But that's pretty much voluntary. You go on a list and they pick off a list. You're not mandatory to go, because I know that they have, when they don't have enough police officers in Manchester, they go and hire the county sheriffs to come in and take over, because they don't have enough police officers volunteering to do the work. So to answer your question, at least in Manchester, I believe it's not mandatory. You're on a list and they pick off the list for whatever details you want. But it's not a mandatory thing. If they can tell you to work your 8-hour shift, if a police officer calls in sick, I'm assuming they can say, hey, you gotta cover that shift. But to tell you gotta go out and follow a tree company around because they're cutting trees down, I don't believe they could force you to do that.
Any other questions from the committee? Representative Goley?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. You've been around here long enough, as we've discussed, number of hours that should be worked after retirement. And we've had it continue to go down. Do you believe it should be either or, the number of hours per week, or a set number per year, or do you think a set number per week should suffice instead of having the hours per year?
I think the week would be better, and as I testified on House Bill 1079, at least as a school board member, I saw firsthand teachers and principals working full-time under the law, because it was even at 32 hours. They only work 7-hour days, 5 days a week, so they could pretty much work full-time and claim that it's part-time work. So I would see the hours a week would be better, and again, reduce it from less than 30, because under the Affordable Care Act, 30 hours or above is considered full-time. So as I stated again in House Bill 1079, we would like to see 20 hours a week, and that is true part-time work.
Thank you. Representative Crowder?
Thank you. Mr. Beaudry, if we did it by the hours, though, how would you manage let's just take the police details, for example, the seasonality of the work in the summer versus in the winter?
I mean, again, these departments, and one of the departments that used to come before when we've been dealing with this, as Committeeman Goley had mentioned, this has been going on for decades. But Hampton Beach, they say in the summer they need a lot of police officers. Well, if they know that, they should start working ahead of time to get those police officers so they have enough to accommodate what their needs are. They have basically a whole year to do that.
Follow up. So as the budget committee chair for my town, I would be very remorse if my police department hired a lot of officers in the summer and then had them not needing them in the winter.
I'm not saying full-time people, I'm saying part-time
Oh,
people.
okay, all right, I'm so sorry.
No,
Okay, all right.
I'm saying they have
Anyway,
enough.
thank you. That's,
Okay,
no
I
need
understand.
to get steamed up about it. Seasonal work is the main reason that we chose to make it an annual limit, so that a person could work full-time in the summer and then take off the rest of the year.
Thank you.
All right, seeing none. I don't have any cards. Is there any other person who would like to testify on House Bill 1549? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing, and our next hearing is at 2.
I have a question to the chair, Madam Chair. It has nothing to do with this bill. But if you look at today's agenda, you see, what's that? Well, that's right. It refers to a whole bunch of bills that ain't on the list for today. I don't think there's any one of them, I don't see any of them that match up. So when are I have special interest in one of the bills, which is 1552. When is that scheduled for? Okay, well, if you.
It's on the 31st at 10:45.
Good afternoon. We are going to open the hearing for House Bill 1563 FN. The committee recognizes Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'm Carol McGuire, representing Merrimack District 29, the towns of Allenstown, Epsom, and Pittsfield. And House Bill 1563 came out of my experience on the Decennial Commission on the Pensions, where we essentially agreed that a regular cost of living increase for the retirement system would be too expensive to plan for. And so this is a best practices from private industry. It signs up members, new hires into the deferred compensation plan, which is a tax advantage savings plan, and at a 2% rate. And then it automatically escalates everyone in the system by 0.5% every general raise, or $25 if they're on the dollar rate, up to 7%. And so what this does is it lets employees save for their retirement, tax advantaged, in as painless a way as possible. Because many people, it's turned out, they get to retire and they don't have any significant savings of their own, or they enrolled in the deferred compensation plan at $5 a week, and 30 years later they're retiring and they're still putting in $5 a week, which is better than nothing, but not as good as it could have been. And many people just don't bother to sign up. So this automatically signs them up, escalates it, but with the caveat that if any person wants something else and tells the system that, they're exempt. So if their free choice is what sets the limits, this just changes the default to be contribute at a modest level to start, and then escalating to a fairly substantial one. And I'll be glad to answer questions.
Representative Grota?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative McGuire, so at this time, this program is available on
It's purely
opt-in.
voluntary.
It's voluntary.
Yes.
And follow-up. And this bill makes it mandatory.
Correct. Well, you were to be signed up. If you choose, you can sign yourself back out.
You can sign yourself back out?
Yes.
Without a, sorry, follow-up?
Without a penalty, yes.
Without penalty and without an alternative plan?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Lekes?
You don't need an alternative plan. This applies to state employees. They're already covered by the defined benefit pension. This is a supplement.
Correct, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just to clarify a few things, make sure I understand it. When you say it's mandatory that they be included in the plan unless they opt out, but that's if the employer chooses to offer it at all. Is that correct?
Yes, the basic bill is mandatory for state employees. For towns and so forth that enroll their employees in this plan, which is allowed, may adopt this or not. It's their choice.
Okay, follow up. So as I understand it, the money put into this retirement account is just from the employer. The employee does not contribute. Is that correct?
No, it's the other way around. It's all from the employee. The employer, at least the state, does not contribute.
Okay, thank you.
Nothing bars them from contributing, but as of yet, they have never yet chosen to do so.
Representative Fellows?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, as as a retired state employee, even though it was like 35 years ago, I remember when I first started work, they told me about the deferred comp plan right off the bat, and, you know, made it clear that, you know, it was optional and you could put your money in or not. I think one of my concerns, one concern is that I think that when I'll just speak from the perspective of state employees, when they have to put 7% of their salary into the retirement system, to require them to put another percentage into another system, and then with the automatic escalation, knowing that a lot of employees are hired at the lowest labor grade, and they frequently get a step increase after 1 year, and then they could get a cost of living increase that same year. It seems to me that there's a potential, like in 3 years, they can be right up to that maximum 7%.
And
so
in that
just-
case, that's a good thing, right? Unless they're so highly paid that they reach the IRS limit before then.
I'm just wondering if you gave some consideration to the fact that when young people start work, that one of the first things they might want to do is buy a house, and to put their money into this system. And once you put it in, you can't take it out without a penalty, that might not be in their best interests.
That's correct, and that's why the bill clearly specifies in several places that if they opt out of the system or they opt out of the automatic escalations, they're out. There's no question about it. And to be honest, in my experience in the private sector, the same thing holds true. Most young people starting a job don't think about their retirement.
So, just to clarify, when you say out, then they're out of contributing more to the system, but their money's in there, and once it's in the deferred comp until you get to retirement age, isn't there a penalty to get your money out of that system?
I believe there is a penalty unless you leave state employ or something like that. Mr. Downing is here, he can answer that in detail. I'm not up on it. But yes, it's the same as if you'd put it into an IRA or whatever. It's money put aside, and you can choose to do so. You can choose not to do so if you think it's too much.
Representative Marsh, then Schuett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. It's been my experience as treasurer of our local hospital and in directing our retirement plan that employees who have a self-directed retirement plan may not always have good knowledge as to what are good choices for putting their funds into to invest for their future retirement. How are the choices, the investment choices of the deferred compensation plan made, and what advice are the participants given?
I can't answer that in detail. I do know that the default investment is a target date fund.
Representative Schuett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I first of all will say I'm a retired state employee also, and I actively participated in the deferred comp program. Very glad that I did. My problem with this bill, though, is number one, the mandatory amounts. When I started, I wasn't making very much money, and so I was glad that I could get in for just the $5 per paycheck entry fee, if you will.
Representative Schuett, is there a question?
Yes.
Okay.
But I question the automatic increment increases. My own circumstances changed about halfway through my employment. My husband passed away, and suddenly all the bills fell on my one salary.
Mm-hmm.
And I think do you not agree that it should be up to the employee to decide how much they can afford
Absolutely, and that's why the employee's decision overrides any default. This just sets the defaults. What happens if you don't care or you don't make an effort to change it? So 0.5 percentage point of your raise is, not, you can live with that, because it only applies when you're getting a regular raise. It's not, the system is such that when there's a general raise for all employees, the rates would be increased. And the dollar amount, $25 per pay period, I thought that was fairly low. If you think $5 up is more appropriate, I'm not prepared to, I don't know how many people are deducting fixed dollar amounts rather than a percentage of pay.
Thank you.
Representative O'Brien?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Representative, for taking the question. Looking at the past history of the New Hampshire retirement system, and I kind of like the basic idea of what you're trying to do, but let's look at the past history of it. Over the years, we took what an employee in Group 2 was paying 9.75%, raised it up to 11-point-something%. We also changed the ULL rules to municipalities. Okay, and that's coming in from them. And then we're going to make this mandatory to the employees. In other words, you're going to take the earnable income that they currently have, make it mandatory that they contribute to something that should have been already, that wasn't in the past.
This is not actually related to the New Hampshire retirement system. It is a completely independent system. It's more like when I was working, I had both a defined benefit pension and a 401k, and I contributed to both of them. And so the pension is, as you know, defined benefit pensions are, it's fixed. The 401k money has been invested fairly well, and I'm living quite comfortably, thank you. So, and after listening to stories about people that, as I said, put in $5 a week forever, and kind of regretted it, I said, well, this is what the research in the private sector says is the best thing to do to help people save. Make it easy for them to save. And if they have other arrangements or they can't afford it or whatever, fine, they're out. That's their business. But it just makes it easier for them.
Thank you. And, I totally agree with you, because I was an active participant in what we call the decomp program. And I'm glad that I did. But like others have brought up, again, to me, you do have to look at collectively. Other things have happened, and now to come on with this, the money got to come from somewhere, and that's the point.
Well, the point is that if you want to save, if any person wants to have some money of their own when they retire, it should be in a tax-deferred retirement plan for as long as possible, just to avoid giving a third of it to the feds. I mean, that's only common sense. And most people, either, particularly if they're young when they start working, they don't think about it, they don't worry about it. They may sign up once when they're, filling out the forms at their orientation, but they don't think about increasing it when their pay goes up. And so if they do think about it, more power to them, let them do it. But an awful lot of people don't think about it.
Thank you, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Schuett?
Thank you. Just going further with someone who's in the same type of situation that I was, if suddenly your income is dramatically altered, what you need to spend it for, if you feel that you can't afford any kind of increment increase after you get a pay increase, then you have to drop out of the system?
No, you can drop out of automatic escalations and maintain your contribution at the same level.
but you,
Or you
but
could
then
drop
you
out of the
wouldn't be able to
system.
go forward and put in the future?
Sure, you could. The system right now already allows employees to join at any time,
Right.
stop at any time. This doesn't change that at all.
Okay, I'm misinterpreting the language, I guess, then. Thank you.
Or if it's written wrong, it's been known
Well,
to happen.
That and based on what you have answered, we'll have to talk.
Okay.
Representative Fellows.
Thank you. I'm sure you're aware, but just to check, are you aware of the fact that when you get close to retirement age, when you get close to age 65, if you have a deferred comp plan, that you can put a significant amount of money into that plan within 3 to 5 years if you haven't been putting in large amounts all along? And
Yep.
that for some people, that might be a better arrangement?
Actually, the best arrangement is to put the money aside while you're young so it has time to compound. But yes, I'm aware that you can put more in when you're older. I think that you can put more in when you're over 50. Not necessarily how close you are to retirement, it's based on calendar age. But those are already in the plan. There's a maximum limit that the IRS sets, and it goes up as you get older, but that's already there. I don't need to replicate the entire plan document with all the IRS limits and such like.
Follow-up?
I'd also like to ask don't you think that some people might have the opinion that there are better ways to use your money than to put it into a deferred comp, which is mostly like mutual fund kind of thing?
Yes.
Because there are, if you get the timing right, significant opportunities in stock, to invest in stock. For example, if you had bought some stock in March of 2019, at the end of March of 2019, you might have 3 times as much as you paid for those stocks at this time.
I don't know all the investment options under the plan, but I believe they do offer stocks. You can ask the director of the plan to, was here.
Representative Bailey.
Thank you. I like the plan. I just had one kind of softball question for you. How did you choose between opt-in and opt-out?
That was due to the literature about nudging. So that what it is it says that a lot of people won't take action. So if you have an opt-in system, which is what they have and have for quite a while, only those who really care will bother to opt in. If you have it opt out, a lot of people will not care enough to opt out. So they will save despite themselves.
Thank you. Follow-up, I guess, or more a comment. We have seen today some opt-in things that were a problem, right? That people weren't opting in as they should.
That's why it's opt-out.
Yeah.
That is the experience throughout the public and private sector, is that if it's an opt-in plan for saving, most people will not bother to opt in.
Thank you.
Representative Lekes.
Thank you. Isn't it the case that if somebody decides that they don't like the investment options provided here, they could just as well open a IRA with Fidelity or somebody and invest however they like rather than using this plan?
Absolutely. And that's the point, is that this is a default. It's for essentially the least common denominator.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions? Thank you, Representative. Are there any members from the public that wish to testify? Seeing none, we will close the hearing for House Bill 1563.
I I apologize, Madam Chair. I had thought the director of the Deferred Compensation Plan would be here, and I am going to talk to him about it.